Yo, what is up, everyone? Sorry if I'm going to sound a little off today. I my throat is just a touch messed up, so if I'm different, then don't worry about it, right? Anyway, I think we should just jump right in, right? Just jump right in. Again, sorry if I'm a little off. I've been taking some cold medicine just so my voice doesn't suddenly explode. So, you know. Nothing else weird is going on. Oh, I forgot to put audio on the game. Whoops. And we should also start the timer. Yeah, what's up, Lexi? I totally did not tell chat that it's their time to trash talk you while you're not here. Don't even worry about it. A funeral was held for Morton and the LC researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners, but never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Oh fuck, I need to give Sinclair a twink voice. Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Merceau, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all, when it came to funeral process and etiquette. All manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose, hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourself with the solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the menu. I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, the wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. I think she'd be an excellent Limbus streamer. For no reason at all. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in that grim manor of T-Corp. Ah, thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead, I mean someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Ufi Association's notarization otherwise. I've seen this time and time again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Could this be... Rodion is what Dante calls a win rater. No way. Surely Rodion wouldn't win rate. Could we get a side stream? Not during story. During solo runs, absolutely. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, Manager. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton in their minds was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it, not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine's had already been painted over, every detail gilded and glossed over with the glove of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave as much room to properly excuse our condolences back then. What's up, Tomboy? Who is Rufo? I have not... What are you talking about? This is just me. Like I've always been. I totally have not been spoiled. And thought that it would be so funny if I did this. Absolutely not. This is just how I always was. So what's up? 8 right 8? Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent over interfering with the execution of the will, I assumed that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for the pretending to have a process. They at least prepared the coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time-offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of a real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone just like that. Better than paying lots of money to bury them somewhere just to have that stir up a load of death rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, or all that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than bury them in a grave just for some sots to later desecrate it. In Hongyan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. What the fuck is that word? Otiose foolishness, all of it. I'm just gonna guess that's how you say it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another mendacity. That's also not something I've heard before. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart or just something said to convince himself? Probably the latter. Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look in his face, with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Marton and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now. Oh, We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Ah. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Tumner's father. He was given a checkup and Hohenheim said there was no cause for concern. Physically, that is, the psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet, good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. What investigation? What are you? It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. What is up, Jan? Human experimentation? Don't even worry about it, Sinclair. Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin, and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly. No, I'm not giving you my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get Boss to fend off the LC's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see, haha. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go, so the least you could do is thank us. The least you could do to thank us is to be a good boy and cooperate. Ah, just in time, our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filing out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. Alyssa calling Sinclair a good boy canon? I mean... I'm not jealous. What about you? You not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book, marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true, your average corporation doesn't give more than a week of a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researcher seized Sinclair and carried him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh? Do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with, gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them. If they try anything fishy with the experiments, nah, don't worry about it. What's up, ma'am? Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. Puff. The only ones keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who'd been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Faust was still there too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There is something I had intended to discuss with you and Sinner Yoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA, says CH. Wait a minute. Did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up, but I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause, as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest not? Now listen closely, the one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a ball. You there, why don't you join us too? Eh? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel who were cornered by Don Quixote and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as backwards glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance, but I've yet more versed trait with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtuous chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it will be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy request. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to Sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this VKOA eluded mine understanding as well. Pretty me, but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not scenarios. ... They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and the inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and the workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. This is so fucking peak. Most hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. Ah. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the five-pronged assault operation, and serial number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we get to go to the House of Spiders right away? HOSRA? You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hardheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head when I pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders, Kira. She has regained consciousness. Holy 20 minutes yap fest, what the fuck? Brother! Brother! The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. This place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room? Sorry, I may be fucking blind. Ahem. A windowless room thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. Interrogation chamber, and they let her keep the fucking sword. You fucking what? For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her through the sinner's shared vision. ... She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? For how long is the progress of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We're waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. So they've yet to even question her and they let her keep the fucking sword. Then what are you even doing here? There is work to be done, contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone, he merely gave her a nod with a steely... What the... imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help, put you to use, I believe is what I said. Well? Your survival is not incidental, it is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive, expected gain as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would have been disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and the depreciation costs of this room. even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Vanheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt as if he'd traded the usual torn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. ... Ah, so you anticipated some form of corporate level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicates such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle, these two considerations are likely what increase your value in the eyes of the company. Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediate steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless: truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks and stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LC department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. ... I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister? Oh. The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Vanheim turned towards the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LC had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? Puff. I was still caught in the thought when someone quite unexpectedly made her way to Kira. Yoshihide. You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. ... That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Ha. Family. Coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's thrown out? That fucker Matthias was a GB only by technicality. I'm guessing great brother. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was the family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising, it's the ST for the ball cut too. What? Sinclair, please translate. Same treatment? Yeah, I'm gonna guess same treatment. Same taste? Oh, young Ryoshi, could it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for fix? I quickly clapped my hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. Dot dot dot. So, what exactly is your point? The point is, you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ or a sync right this instant. Choose quickly. I forgot what sync is. Fuck, I forgot what sync is. Help me out. My streamer is washed. Yeah, I bathe. I took a bath. Sorry, a shower yesterday. Okay, I give up. I don't know what sync is. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly? I mean, choose quickly and cooperate quietly aren't that far off. Or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. I totally remember what it is. Nobody fucking told me what it is. So y'all are washed too. Sync isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. Fuck you, YouTube filter! This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it. Okay, I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked. Pixars who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshida, what's up with you talking in weirdest abbreviations? Like sync? That's so random. Who even says that? Yoshi didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. All her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle story excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides, Puff. No, better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me, why Matthias kicked the bucket? That's cause Papa was weaker than y'all. ... Huh. Yeah, you're the jury's breath, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you will find your weapon on the table, motherfucker! The fuck you mean on the table? She already had it. Like, it's not impossible to just grab an eraser and fucking delete the weapon out of her talking sprite. It's not that hard. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. Ah, you won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. ... Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. 33 minutes of yapping? Oh my fucking god. Please give me a combat node. Thank fuck. Sorry, had to drink. Anyways, I'm gonna be using the ring IDs and then the Booba Duo. And then if they die, Sinclair has only lifetime stew equipped. So don't even worry about it. Do not even worry about it. Sinclair will save us. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of the corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people thither be? That is some peak outfitting. A fucking bomb disposal suit. That's blue for some fucking reason. Hell yeah. I love blue people. ... Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems instructions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from the Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house backdoors. Wayfarer Company? They're blue for an amazing reason, oh no. A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasion, been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp. Oh. Though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees also have taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we are both chasing after the same horizon. I remember that company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon is probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old Air Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free falling at this point. Nah, they would never. And these are the manager and the seniors of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand field operations units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you've provided us is more than sufficient. That's not the face that I was expecting, holy shit. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Doorbridge Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greetings, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and Boss Team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public, but what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question, while Ellen carried on with Hohenheim. He is referring to the Monolith Sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert, the Corp's executive director. Hell yeah! Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We've reviewed the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Ankh and his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some backstreets area. Backstreets? Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. ... But that's literally all I got, for real. For a moment, Ellen leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Ellen. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard, it was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact, the chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah, with all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company's asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. ... Team leader Ellen. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies, I will keep that in mind going forward. Ellen stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free. So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Ellen. That punch just now, though. What was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics, presumably a form of technology utilized by a Wayfarer company. Let us resume the task at hand. Scenario issue, give manager Ellen whatever information you have. Puff. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But... I have no idea where they actually lead. It's all blurry. It seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for the Wayfarer company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means that there is less of a chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception. Past those doors. What the fuck do you mean? Alright then. I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one scenario you mentioned. Ha, you don't trust me at all, huh? Then why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Ellen began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Don't worry about it. Okay. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once, there are procedures for handling overfilled operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. ... What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? I mean, it looks cool. The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues or perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit, the scale is just insane. That's the whale from 8th Association Great Lakes special issue. Kira, who seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different, and the Indigo Altar solo one-shots these wonders. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with the harpoon, with that harpoon of his, huh? Whew. It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity, modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not, duh. The Robot did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everyone's here's dead. Meh. Still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive one display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. ... Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred, House of Tepes. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite to the whale, was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome sides of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that got Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. I can see an eye and I can see a hand. I don't think the rest are part of the human body, my guy. It's a gallery of the School of Fausum, probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Ellen? We'll be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Turning to when the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That presence, it's kinda like Papa's. Ain't no way, that's not a raid boss we can clear out at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Ellen is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers, who wore a peculiar bone mask, stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? Da. You. Who are you? Alright, it makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit you as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still threshing flesh of the living, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell? You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strengths of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right, Emile Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse father's. Don't presume. I only remember you because the tactility of hides and guts made for a passable AV artwork. Or animal video. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling she was in fact dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That's a lockdown sequence thing. How much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members in incessant glare sport by the discovery of the kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my verse to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Ellen's hand, not in mine. Not mine. It is, by its nature, a time-consuming work we cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at the straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshu's blade, Ariashki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artist of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them, it is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right, she and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshu is the wielder of Ariashki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden boy in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm sure about it or not, Clock. Think of that woman as Leihang, and do as you did in C? Oh, Heathcliff's mansion, fuck. C? That's one word, motherfucker. Why do you need 2 letters for it? I'll take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the Golden Bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Arashki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the Maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Émile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. Masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arashki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. Clink clank. Confusion flickers across Ryoshu's face as she tries to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? Ow. The lock the House of Spiders used to bind Arashki no longer exists, so why? Why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumor of you mastering that relic, were they false? The Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshu recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked nothing more than a light gash, yet the Maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshu's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Notice, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshida, what do you think a serpent's defiling strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Wow, it's lamentably disappointing. The Maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty. Them seizing a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine linked like a chain and the jaw, but not by bone, but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire the structural refinement. The triskoid ring on her finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with the sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The Maestro plunged her arm into the long, serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the Nurse Fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go, step aside. The attack from the Igor Gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow. Ah, shit. Was Kira struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her steel-sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit, this wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not, she couldn't have changed her mind that quickly, because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Aha, you must be the new kid Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it! They're defo gonna ditch me here. Why did I even? Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head-on. So the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training, unexpected data but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready, lifting locks now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? This a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust retrieved the organic remnants of Sinner number 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real? This is exactly why I didn't wanna get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a seizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass, what was I thinking diving in like that? You, don't just stand there, get over here now. Huh? But these guys are gonna come flooding if I... You, TTM. I haven't a damn clue what TT stands for. I'm gonna guess M is Mott. Want to get cleaned in half again. You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking the maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of her strength she could muster. What's up, Rian? More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete, all backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Ellen managed to sever the connection between the two backdoors before the maestro could cross over. Balkat, think you can still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case... Guys, I assume you're all available right now. As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio, one after another. Huh? I guess so. Ready for your order, Executive Manager. IoTs am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Hang on, I just need to finish this by everyone to me. Oh my fucking god. Over an hour of fucking reading. Just win rate. Understood. Holy fucking shit. I did not expect over an hour of reading. However, the music is peak. Right, we're no longer listening to Seikai, so I can lower it down. Did you notice it? I have eyes. Also, I did not fucking notice it. Don't worry about it. But I know that it's Kira because I saw her when I read your question. When I read your comment. Okay, are you any different? +2, +3, +6, 7. Anyways, Winrate. Yo, what's up, Laihang? I just said some stuff. What do you mean I said some stuff? I read. I read it. I read the skill. I read the offense level of her skill 3.
영감이 떠올랐어요. 한번에 두게.
Ah.
이제야 친해졌네요.
I thought this was the Bleed team. Why is there 5 MV? Don't worry about it. I have the rings, and I have the Booba Duo. So don't worry about it. And I also have Kira. Why is that 5 MV? This isn't Kim Ji-woon's secret plan to make MV slop, right? Peak. What's up, Camille? It was my amount of envy to you people when I miss my 50-50 twice on Ring Roger. I pulled 110 times for this bitch. However, I also have the Kira announcer, so you know what, fair's fair.
이제야 친해졌네요.
I will probably never use it though.
저희 뼈로 등을 잡고 이제야 친해졌네요.
I use Kira. You know what? Remind me when I lay. Wait. Hmm. You know what? Remind me next fight to equip an announcer because I will forget. I just don't use them at all. It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear I thought that that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We merely were beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me, weirdos? We would have opened them all at the end of the day, SD. SD? What's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say da or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's VA. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first tour of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This by all measures counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. You seem totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Fauvis won't be able to cross over any more with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf's clock. And those Fauvis beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they got that much history, they must know many backdoors, both the origin and the destination points. Ellen certified what Ryoshu was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. They could always rush for a surprise attack though. Even that Fauvis Maestros seem to lack a clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the backdoors, and the like. Once all the backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Ryoshu lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint. It was seen by all, indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshu was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshu's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshu, do you... Is it an SS? A demon edge, an enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please, feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of work for me to do while you're away too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There is a facility here that should prove more than adequate. My voice absolutely does not hurt at all.
파우스트의 생각에 동의한다고 하네요.
It does not want to die. Why would it want to die? Motherfucker! Okay. Bye, Rian. See you later. 90% reading this Intervallo. How long is this Intervallo? You can spoil me that much. I already been spoiled by the final boss, so don't worry about it. Like 15 notes. Brother, time. Tell me in hours and minutes. Or days if you need it. Rufo is such a fraud. I have never heard that name before. Nah, don't know what you're talking about. It took me from 4 AM to 7 3. I should be fine. Should be fine. Alright, Jan got slashed. Weinheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider Pyre. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena, an example, research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner number 11 sign and the manifestation of a possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, same people who dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now, which means that it should be finished in an hour from now on, at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed, it almost felt like a child, trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair, then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions when an unexpected figure from behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa! Vespa crab, bro! It was probably mentioned in the previous Kanto 9 that's his full ass fucking name. But you know, I have dementia, and bro has a nice name. With a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting tapped on his back. He says his full title and all when he bullied Sora. Oh hell yeah. Snack thief? Wait, what Sora? Ah, manager. Caron snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate them all up. Sorry, but I think there's been a misunderstanding. Verg, kick his ass. Not only is this a matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Coron also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time. Or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood? You could hear the fucking candy wrappers. No, I can't replay it. Caron. Caron, super sulky mode engaged, not talking for half a day. Deploying super pes bitter candy. Beep beep, mode disable. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Caron forgives this time, next time no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Caron peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Wait a minute, I was saving that for later. I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know, yet I still see you gobbling up my share. Ah, he took my snacks too. Well, kick his ass! Rodion Romanovich. I am aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses, and now you're raiding the LC supplies as well. Chill, that's what's been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that and this is this! I'm dying. The lines on Virgilius' brow looked deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to two individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Okay, I have dementia. When did Dante have the sign? Or is this saying that only Dante and Sinclair saw that Sinclair had the sign? I can't read. Same. Maybe Dante has the sign though. But that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. Post as a point, aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. Okay, so it's that they were the only ones able to see it. Okay. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. All of your theories are wrong, goodbye. Base. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing the variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Wait then, could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some superpower future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia? I should step in and put an end to this subject before Rodion gets the blues. I don't think so, from what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right, Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of the light rings Damien used to finish off Cromer, or Sanson dragging us into his story. Those could be it. That doth seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct, as you have stated, any discussion to this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is at best grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth hypothesis. I can't speak. Hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the signs working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. The best part is that I keep switching between the American and the British English pronunciation for the word. Absolutely fucking peak. I see. Then nothing came out from them dragging Sinclair off to that research. High potato stasis, so true. I'm not even going to... You know what, fuck it. I'll try slowly. Phenomono ultra microscopic scoliovolcanoiosis. Phenomono ultra microscopic scoliovolcanosis. Fuck, I give up. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway. Haha, no, I mean, I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's clearly changed lately, for the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or these the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return? No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait. But for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. In such a case... that Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. Fuck you. If the future unfurls in the boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again, more of that nonsense only you lot understand. That's my guy. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's gotta be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out the trick you picked up from that plastered geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Mong technique quite effortlessly too. What? That glowing ring thing? Yup, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing, anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you real tough's one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? Don't know, could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members, technique, gear, something like that. Look at it, that black coney leader that let Lei Hang prick, and that nurse fathers we fought, with a lot of them fingers, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel, for even among the LCD there were those who came to wield it. And Vergilius too. So what? Only the proper horde bastards can use it. Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze toward Vergilius and Vespa. Rian, can you use the glowing thing? The glowing ring thing? I mean, we have you here in chat, so might as well ask it. Actually, Jan, can you use the glowing ring thing? I can use one glowing ring thing. Hell yeah, hang. That's my goat. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulated among elite fixers and associations' leaderships. That there exists a power called Shin capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. Rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it, how to tips really, spread through the hearsay. Oh yeah, that Rex. That super rookie column in the latest Mac bonus vid, bro was real popping off with it. Straight up aura farm with a shiny mang wrapped around the weapon. It must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue, literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Videotape? Ah. Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Mephi, robbing me of chance to read not only the prior chronicle but the latest one as well. Woe is me, when I return I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into the state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the Mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies, no power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appears to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength at our current level. Is it not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research, and according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is in a sense a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius's lips. Yeah, doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title. The Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sinner Yiseng's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, cause you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Shame, that would have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the millionaire's father didn't use any Shin or Mon. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. Ha! It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Vespa's responses always come back dripping with the venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal, closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you will be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Virgilius said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders, she murdered scores of LC researchers, and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feeling towards her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business, snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened around the LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Mannheim and Ryoshu returned. Motherfucker. My throat is on fire. You might die. Yes. I will monetize my death on a stream. Let's fucking go. Get a TTS voice now. If Lexi is still alive, I might call her in to voice while I go make a coffee or something, or a tea, or literally anything that unfucks my throat. You guys said it's 15 notes. I'll do note 7 and then I'll do that. So then we're at halfway when I take my break. To present the conclusions first, no, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the wheel is not the blade but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature, yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Ryoshu's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if had taken offense. Somehow I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by wheel now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own wheel, does that mean the owner of that wheel can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on that matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they ask whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival as a fixed variable and that the reconstruction of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the laypeople like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? ... There is no need to fixate on impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for a scientist to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread. Something that could lead to restoring Ryoshu's memories, though, again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Ellen for your next duty. You should still be in the ring Nurse Father's quarters, that will be all. Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut, as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he'd constructed in our conversation. Ready? Brother, not now. We're at note 5, I'm doing it after note 7, which is the halfway point. Lexi, what the fuck? Alright then, before we go, anyone wanna tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all, but going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Alright, sorry, forgot the rest of you went with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu and I have been checking where each backdoor leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war, executive manager. We talking about me? Yeah, I guess I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, what else? No, 6 and 7 are better, so they have less than... Yes! Yes! Jan, you are spared. For... What the fuck? What the fuck? Krinken, brother! Bro gave me the first bit of good news the whole fucking day. And you slashed him. Or shot him. Stream was a bit late for me, my friend. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hand shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand, I'm afraid. I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis, you made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me, feels a bit dodgy, that better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. Research yet unfinished holds my attention. I shall join you once it has found closure. Haha, I don't think I can be of much help wherever you're going, I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, Manager. No, it's fine, just get some rest. It'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. So we are at 1 hour and 46. We've had about 5 minutes of fighting and a year's worth of talking. Okay, we want anyone else? I don't have Lai Hang. I don't have Lai Hang. Fuck. Fuck.
전원 집합. 이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
God damn it. I don't have Lai Hang. You've arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the Rings Gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door. You mentioned, what? Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Or you think you have more to tell about doors? Yep. The door over there, pretty sure it connects to Encorp's nest. I saw Albina going in, all hype. What the fuck was deleted? hyped about some canned whatever it was. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle, Papa'd go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets about just a single door, Kira was now feeding Ellen a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after that Ellen character roughened her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd climb up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let her guard down. Executive Manager, there's no telling when she'll turn on us. Freaking, I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know? Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I continue checking and letting you know which ones you need to enter. Ellen tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with a blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Wherever do you guys wanna go first? They all look about the same, just start with the closest one. Hell yeah! Well, Alan did say that these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door as Heathcliff told me to, Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door, it feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory painted over in parts slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know, let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now. Could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shot the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is... a park somewhere, don't I? Can't you fucking read? Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest, most likely a park. Every sword walking heels dragging some animal along, means they got money to burn, a proper rich lot this place. The walk the past Ryoshu mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets, the pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Why? Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know, wanna go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? There's this workshop that always visits. The door there's connected to a park. We can go right now. Ryoshu's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? Verily, such gentleness doth seem most unlike the young Ryoshu. Absolutely fucking not. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Makimatachi. Dot dot dot. Hey, clock. Who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on. You know it's not something I can control. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's past. This time though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Honglu. Which probably means... Why are you all staring at me? That's so random, what the hell? Did you... not See that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lindayu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash, looking back. It might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal, how could such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain and I shut myself in my room, crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution, said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called a beastbone blade, a tanto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Ew, no way. I always knew there was something creepy about Roboang. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. That tanto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell, right, nutter, that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they stared at me in accusation, the tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after hearing all that. Why do you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you'd wanna steer well clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks were also cursed, straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out the other ring artworks outside Albina and her nurse fathers, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that. But yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet as I learned more there were some facets that suited my taste. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations. From what you told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say, art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny horrible, there's beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, but bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand you're not an artist? I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for... Rato. The scabbard moved and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors crying from nightmares in the House of Spiders. There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day. I need to check something. We've seen enough here, let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right there used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but that bastard went about fusing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Mommy. What's wrong? Over there? I thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you returned, Yoshida. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. Dearest Yoshida, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely, this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Va. Let's get back to your room. Back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No, too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but it never truly reached her. I see. This hollow void, this must be Araya. The sensation and emotion for what's been emptied begin to entangle with Ryoshu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Ellen pointed out, but unfortunately none of the places we ended up at stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. Nothing there. I think we're done, How did he get in here? Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like a massive lump of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before. Didst thou not say thou hast sealed that door earlier? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the ring nurse father's artwork. Get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Roboank was washed? He's got so many fanboys and fangirls over here. Thus, his artwork possesses value in and of itself. Oh, there's a comma. Okay. Or is it just a case of a posthumous premium of that effect? Think about it. Some other pieces had already been taken. Of course, they are little of value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them, pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques, pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those big objects now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LC personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right, better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the sinner's reply this time, but it should be fine.
너희 너무 얕잡아 보인 거 아니야?
Bruh. Okay, you know what, let's read. Feral Phoebe, student of the ring. Artwork preparation, brisk expression, finishing touch, and partial rework. Entrance primary color blue. Lefovismo mask de chevre. Oh fuck. There are bees that fall in and out of vogue within the school of Fauvism, yes, but a true artist must take fierce pride in that single animal as the underlying which best represents their unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who flit from beast to beast as though the self is nothing more than a costume to be worn and distracted. Alacritas expression, final brushstroke. Altering inspiration, true. Impulsive always student of the ring. Violet stroke. Dessin rapid. Fauvism, sorry, paint and unfurl. Gusset. Rogue. Mask the chin. The first step is always but a single animal, and with every quest for art and ferity, another beast is layered atop of the previous specimen. Yeah, so how about we read?
그걸로 하지.
방금은 좀 쩔었는데.
Win rate should be fine. What is? What the fuck? I trusted you.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Heathcliff. Yeah, it should be fine. I do not even pretend to clash. The masks basically have drug in them. Oh, you don't say! Hell yeah!
이럴 때 딱 씹어줘야 하는데.
Hell fucking yeah!
바이올렛, 브레이크 슬랩.
Alright, what we smoking?
敵は深手を負っています。
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로 하지.
Not actual drugs, but basically drugs. Yeah, I know.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
I'm thinking of some psychoid. It's Fant.
이쪽으로 가서. 그렇지, 좀 치는데.
Gaming.
바이올렛, 브레이크 슬랩.
Break a slam, let's fucking go. Experience it on one of the boss's passives. Ah. So Klinkan, you're telling me you're doing spoilers?
보여드려야겠군요. 외면의 예술을.敵は深手を負っています。
Not technically. Okay. How is that not technically? Yeah, trivia.
나쁘지 않아.
I kind of want to see, look at some of the status effects. Sorry, Lexi, I don't drink. If my throat wasn't already fucked, I would have absolutely opened one up right now, right fucking now. But I'd rather not do that. I think understandably.
とても効果的でした。 먼 것들 압도적인 전력. 썰어버려도 상관없지. 가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는
Brother.
동물이라니까. 영감이 떠올랐어요. 그 소재 가져갈래요.
Kira has a crazy reuse skill. Well, it's a shame that we won't get to see it.
자, 오늘 할 거 다
It's so big!
그럼 약속대로 이 만화책이랑 해결사 잡지.
With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Ryoshi kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell were those lots coming from anyway? Just the first wave had more of the swords legging it from the back like they'd been lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? Why are we doing the Metal Gear thing? Woof woof. There is dog sound effects coming in from the mic. The Metal Gear thing? You know, it's when you say something and then you say it back with a question at the end. Like... yesterday I was pissing by myself. Pissing by yourself? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated it as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all of their connection loci. What? Do not fucking shorten the location to loci. What the fuck is wrong with you? Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she just locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you. Like, hella stuff. Some parts are kinda fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... Puff. I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home, and my memories of it all are fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And, accompanied by its tremors, we began our move toward the corridor of the middle.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해
One more,
세 가지 작품을 뜻.
and I'm taking the break.
비록 지금 제 작품이 많이 밀리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
제한 명령 지역으로 이동.
1/3 of the way there, 2 hours and 11 minutes in. I want to die. The heck? They swiped everything that was a nail down, huh? Threat not. I espied their half of thy worldly possessions, articulate fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, K. I had hella many of them anyway. My TV is gone, that couch too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left, where the television and the family couch set used to be. Oh, those? LC researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they were going to set them up in their stuff lounge. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'd be selling them off. Yeah? Otis seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. What is wistful? The corner of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much, I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I tell you all about what I know, so come this way if you want in. These two doors here, made from paper and wood, they connect to S-Corp. And that one reinforced with steel, that one leads to V-Corp backstreets where... Having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore led. Wistful describes a feeling of vague or pensive sadness, often combined with a longing or yearning for something, typically something in the past or unattainable. I see. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Ellen, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one backdoor left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I gotta say, these backdoors are just too bloody convenient than portals too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided, do understand that the Wayfarer Company's primary services include pet finding, pet security, and pet maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on our pet-finding journey, some are killed by battling monstrous entities whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between pets. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secure pet well secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. Must be one of his precautions, just in case. Your voice is getting put into the equivalent of a car crash. A car crash 45,000 years ago. Hell yeah. Yeah. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that it's simply seen too much to be faced by Tremor's horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job, thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I'd expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. Ah, it's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar salty smell tickled the tip of my one of my clock hands. What the fuck is a fail room? This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. For falling, obviously. I see. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute, it's that place, isn't it? That port ship that has a Salon du Moulin, the private hair salon. Hair salon, sorry. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Oh, does it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Quit it with that luscious nonsense, Les. Why encourage me now, when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back at the lake? Indeed, alas, 'tis true that punishment brought upon our merry band had severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Ah, bugger it, I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet, then can I use them? We're regulars at the Malou place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fan for a favor, and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They give away a hair coupon every time visits. You see, so what am I even yapping about all excited? Kira, who's seemingly ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike, tipping over the edge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why? But if it's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out there, even though they didn't know me so well, why is it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you that anesthetic BC bowl cut? The Hexa PC bowl cut. Hell yeah. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how we shorten these things. For some reason, Ryosho seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, their seniors had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryosho's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit though. I know all of that conflict within the trifling and apocryphal they may be. Yet, we were all compelled to peer hindwards at the interest of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... You tell me about you all the time, Yoshida, proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshida learned this in 2 days, or, yo, this was Yoshida's faves, you know. Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now, a good man, at least among the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest. Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit, I never been to school. I never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. Ah, no way bro, I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby going, I'm off to school dad, in that video. So I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't... As Kira went on, Ryoshu's confidence from her initial report seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her, so much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I wheeled in, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshida, I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the ring. Academy. You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like it? Wait, that kinda makes more sense. Yeah, must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Ah. Ryoshu muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an outstanding scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. You know what, that was the sound effect for the O. Then, lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I go to a school? School, Yoshida. Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution where we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book, and I don't have any friends here. Orion and his pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be only learned through a group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshida. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really. I intend to send Yoshida to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshida's growth. Beep beep. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can. And puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice? Of what is right or wrong? And of the event? Perhaps a little more situation awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to the lectures and spout purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corpus techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here, then the mannequins before you. Leave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram and... I don't know why we're even learning about corporate stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what the point of this slug is, trying to shape blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about the cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? Is just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Are you mad cause your dad is a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as ow. I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. Didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrum kids of that age have. Tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey buddy, you're home early. Oh man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? Oh, my cheek, but it's okay, cause I punched them this many times. This many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, I just got some business to take care of. Bro, put on the sunglasses! Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? Daddy'll be home for you know it. Okay, is it bro business? No, it's family business. I ain't seen what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods don't learn to respect less you beat it into them. Ha. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean the middle doesn't stop there, it never does. You hurt a member of the family, that automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Huh? Haha, there you are, Yoshida. Is class starting already, my diligent little girl? Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards' tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there are so many stiveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an on for ya. As for the instructor, well, anyone agree that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, Execution by Beheading, they clearly don't get much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. So, do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshida. I had eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. Assure you, even the intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna? Yoshida, I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me had any significance to Matthias. Goodbye, ma'am. It took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about, I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshu recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. He's doing that thing again. Ryoshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand, a scabbard that was once Raya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing the gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine, but Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the Ringner's father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Huh? Yeah. Didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf. Oh? Hazy memory, almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy. My fucking god. Threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. It's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Could have spared us the details, lass. Well, with that covered, do you guys wanna head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you! That ain't it! Look there! Those blokes walking out of the saloon. Oh, it's ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in the different districts of the city, especially that of the Fauvi scale. However, various evidence, such as their mask and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggest that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB speaking to team leader Ellen, requesting immediate comments of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where we are? You're smack dab in the middle protected turf. cause a scene, and bros and sisters of the middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the ring's unwanted attention, we certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you got a great idea. Talk? Ever played Whack-A-Mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, executive manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to a newly emergent complication past the door, we have concluded that this location is optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Wait. The door leads to a zone under a syndicate of the wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight them here there. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before Fauvis began rushing in through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but well, it can be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. That's a new guy, that's also a new guy. Instinct Fauvis student of the ring. It's the same shit. Okay, is there something different about you? No. What about you? It's the same shit. Is there something different about you? No. Yisang, my goat. I'm not reviewing your OC during the story stream. Maybe after, when I'm not dying. Also, I'm pretty sure I already saw it and commented on it. On Discord. Can we review Klinken? I mean, I'd give Klinken a 7 out of 10. It would be an 8 if he didn't shot even when it wasn't supposed to shoot. Even when he wasn't supposed to shoot. And it would also be an 8 if he'd shot more. When he was supposed to shoot. 7 is good enough for me. You know, it's like that association. With the T people, yeah! And Dante. From the hit video game Warframe. And that one guy from Distortion Detective. My throat is completely and utterly fucked. I should probably look at the view status effects that are on my IDs. Because I haven't a fucking clue what these mean. I never finished Distortion Detective. Well, lucky for you, Project Moon, neither. When hit game potency for every 3 stack. And then gain 1 defense level down. Okay. And then I guess that's the same for sinking. Self unbound. Artwork fascia. There was something like a school in the last fight on Rodion that I didn't understand. There it is! What the fuck is that? Somatic Frisian inspiring melody. Okay, and what does that do? Ah yes! Ah yes! I understand! Thank you, game! These readouts are so fucking useful.
밑그림은 완성. 빠르게 치라도.
제가 연구원이라고? 저희 영감은 뻥치지 마. 어디 해결사 찾은 도끼를 이런 곳에 짱 박아둔 건 아니고? 나쁘지 않아요. 뭔가 아깝네.
I mean, I didn't review, but I reacted to it.
급이 안 맞는 싸움도
I
재밌다고
don't think there is much to review about an OC,
이게 구경하는 입장에선 놀라요.
especially since I don't read.
뭔가 만화책에 나오는 주인공 이름처럼 간지나는 대사를 재밌었다.
I mean, I can tell you guys about,
그럼
or
약속대로
you know what?
만화책이랑 해결-
Lexi can tell you guys about. What's going on? Okay, the game just lagged. Lexi can talk about how we once tried to make an OC and failed miserably. What have we been doing for the past 2.7 hours? Reading for about 2 hours and 30 minutes and then fighting for 5 minutes. Misery is actually fucking true. I feel miserable. Anyways, Lexi, I'm joining voice channel. What's up, Gunnar?
Guten Morgen.
Good morning. Take over, talk about the Potential Man solo, or that one time we tried to come up with an OC.
Oh yeah.
You know what?
that
Talk about both. It would be
okay.
funny. Yes, talk
Then-
about. Oh yeah, Clinken
Then
agrees.
let's talk Potential Man first.
Okay, have fun. I'm making a
because
coffee.
Clinker wants- Okay, have fun. So yeah, I think you remember that I somehow like I promised that I will do a potential man run in every mirror dungeon when it comes out. So yeah, I'm planning to do it. I finally got my new Wi-Fi for it because now the stream not gonna look like Minecraft or something like that. So yeah, now I just have to draw Potential Man again because I kinda hate the last look. I mean the how did it turn out? But yeah, Potential Man solo is on his way. But yeah, to the OCs. First things first. Please do not repeat ourselves about things what Suver already said and talked about, because the slash is gonna come for you, and I'm not gonna explain what happened because you've been warned. Second thing, yeah, there was a time when Silver was doing Genshin Impact, like Genshin videos. I guess it was Genshin Impact. I don't know the name, to be honest. But yeah, at that time we tried to make him an OC. But it was not really Genshin related. It was just I think it was an AI generated picture back then, like when it looked shit or something like that, when AI was not really that big thing at the time. And he just found that picture on Google, I think, and was like, okay, we have this base, now let's do something funny about it. I think we tried to make it work for hours, like hours, and maybe more hours. And how can I explain? It didn't work how we wanted that to work. And I think that there was a time when it come up when we were just talking about, and I sent it, that failed, miserable thing, to the arts channel. But I think, yeah, I think I sent it when the oldest drawing I made about Genshin, he sent about the ping, and he pinged it, yeah. He pinged it in the arts channel. The Google Drive. So everything is up there. You can take a look if you guys want to. I sadly can't show. I can send it again to the art channel because it is on my laptop, and I kinda don't have it on my PC. So yeah, I think Killing Cam found it. Yeah. So yeah, that was a phase for that. I come a long way, you know. So yeah, about that OC, I tried to make it look. There was a time when I tried to make it look serious, and there was a time when I tried to make it look funny. Tried to give her more emotions, expressions, and stuff like that. But every time I touched it, it just morphed into something. I don't know how to, like, something that humanity doesn't create it yet, or stuff like that. Like it doesn't supposed to born in our time. So yeah. No, oh wow, I was just scroll through everything, and I didn't send it to the art channel. That's mean I probably sent it in private to Silver. Probably because I don't know if he want that
What?
OC to be revealed.
Do it.
Oh wait, I think I sent it to you, so I probably have to scroll
Do
back
it.
in our chat. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it for us.
I think
them.
the funny or she was supposed to be. I'm not
The
saying
AI
that it turned
generated
out to.
sheep.
I'm not saying that that's how it turned out to be, but it was supposed to be a military fox girl with a missing arm,
Yeah. Yeah,
where the coats just hung there.
yeah.
And I remember how fucking funny it was doing that with you. Because
I all remember the pain and the suffer. Because this looks shit. Just a bit up, just twist the arm a bit. Further. Okay, good. Now I went through.
yeah, because we needed it to be
Pointing.
able to point somewhere on screen. And then I had to explain where to point on screen. And then we had to do like 5 revisions.
Yes.
It was so fucking peak. I was laughing my ass off playing Death Stranding while she was doing this. And and in the end we never used any of it.
Yeah.
It was absolute fucking cinema.
Nope, it was not.
It was. It absolutely was. Do I still have the AI generated shit? I generated that when AI was new and not everyone hated it yet.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think I told them that part.
no,
At the time, AI was not really a thing.
I was. I did that shit with the first release of Waifu Diffusion. That's the name of the art thing that I did it with. That's the name of the AI shit. I don't think I have the image.
I think I find too many Honkai pictures.
Why are you finding Honkai pictures? What the fuck?
I don't know. I'm finding butter sheeps. Like anime girl butter sheeps.
Oh, Azur Lane?
Yeah! Yep.
Okay, I
This
think
is
I have a way to find the old profile picture, maybe. Yes. Fuck. How do I open it? Yes, change picture.
Oh, I found.
Open image in new tab. Yeah, found it.
You found it?
I found the original, the AI generated one.
Ah, okay. I still.
That's what I was trying to find. Can I do this? Holy shit! It appeared and despawned.
What the fuck? I mean, I saw it. The appearance.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm gonna save the image. Why is it an HTM4? What the fuck? Okay. Save it as a PNG. It's a PNG of a PNG. Hell yeah. This was the original profile picture that I had. And technically speaking, this is still the original picture of my profile account. Where you can see that there is a missing arm. the fucking cloth just dangles there in the air.
But then there is something hand-like in the back.
For some reason.
For some reason.
Why the left
no.
arm so bent? Because I generated this shit way back when AI was abysmal dog shit. The other arm died in the corner. Literally. Quite literally. 45,000 years. Yes. I have not used AI for anything pretty much since then. I did it a few times to remove vocals from songs when I couldn't find the instrumentals for them, and that's it.
Okay, I started to find the Genshin Impact characters. I think I am on the right track.
I think you've gone so far back that it's so over.
Probably over, but I'm not gonna give up. I will find it.
By the way, you can do filters in the Discord search. You can say that
I
it's...
was the one who sent it.
You can say that it was the one who...
Picture.
You're the one who sent it, and it was picture, and you should find it after that. Surely.
No. Közels távol kerestünk, de sajnos nem találtunk semmit.
Okay, wait. Image. More filters. What the Why can I not? Okay, I give up. I'm just gonna start scrolling.
Okay, I found some emotions for Don Quixote.
I am searching so hard.
Me too.
I have
Same
found...
here.
I found the Don Quixote stuff.
I found it! Oh god! Okay, I'm just gonna send
Just
it to you
reply
again.
to it so I know where it is. Yeah, I found it! I found it!
Oh god.
Can I show our DMs on stream?
Yes, do it.
Okay. Display capture. So it starts with "I'm clinically insane," and then below it are
Oh god.
I like Paimon. What's written here is this is one of the best. And then
Yeah,
we
I
also
kinda
started
it
doing
was-
these.
I think if I remember correctly. Oh yeah. I forgot the background on that one.
Don't worry about it.
There's no fucking background.
Background is overrated anyways. By the way, I'm pretty sure that in the art channel, I also have the Genshin arc pinged.
Yeah. I already told them that, and Klinken already found it. I think.
This one is my favorite. I did this one. Don't worry about it. This was made by me. I think this one was also made by me.
Yeah, that was also made by.
This is the shitty drawing of the main character in Star Rail, and then I recreated the shitty drawing by my own shitty drawing. This one was also my B. This was my old Discord profile picture, also done by me. I know I am an incredible artist. These two are also me.
I'm slaving for him to not to draw again.
This one was also done by me. I think the only one. This is also me. I think the only one that isn't abysmal dog shit and were made by me is Keking.
I mean, we can argue about it, but it's okay.
I mean, the Suck is also fairly alright. Everything else, aside from this, because this one was made by another friend who did this with a drawing tablet set for playing Osu. So the sensitivity was incredibly fucked and the surface area was incredibly small. Honestly, a peak. Everything else here is made by John Art Konaslev. So, you know, from peaks like...
Yeah, that was my favorite one. It's probably gonna be my favorite one forever.
And then here's Dongli with the giant S head. Anyways, you can find these on the... what's it called? Art channel pinned. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know anyone from Genshin but Paimon. Good.
Yes.
Good.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know anything about everyone. I just heard stories. I never played the game. I was just drawing.
I know that guy that throws a rock. Which one?
So, yeah, that was the story of the OC.
The OC.
The OC.
The brain damage.
The true brain damage. Oh god, I'm just... I send you the, again, one last picture. I remember how I hated to draw that thing.
This?
Yes. And we ended up not really using that hand, so I had to draw another type of pointing hand.
It's cinema. It's just cinema.
And I think I also forgot to mention I do this I did this in Paint.
Yes. And technically speaking, you are still kinda doing it in Paint.
Kinda, yes.
It's a slightly better Paint.
It's a Paint, but online.
It's Paint, but you have layers.
Yes, I have layers, and I'm so fucking happy about my layers. I love my layers.
You know what?
Especially when...
You know, display capture. I'm gonna download the funny.
Which funny?
The new OC.
Oh god.
I'll show them the work process of this shit. So we use Photopea because it's Photoshop but online. And this is the shit that she sends me. But I'll put the background back. I
love my layers.
I mean, right now the layers are fucking peak. Wait. There we go. And then... there we go.
Yeah, and I also did this last night.
Fucking stoned out. Last night at 2
I mean, yeah,
fucking
tonight.
a.m. And the Rodion was done at 10 p.m. Hmm. Hmm. So anyways, you speak.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
no head?
you missed one.
No head.
You missed one. The the schmink.
Nah, I already did it.
Makeup. Huh.
I just removed it because the other one is better.
I mean, yeah.
So anyways, you like my new OC? I call her Invis Head. Which, fun fact, because we have so many toggles, I can also do this on stream. And by so many toggles, I mean one. There is one toggle. There is a single toggle.
I mean, this is a mask. It can blink or open its mouth. It's a mask.
What if you get another toggle? True.
Oh god.
You know what, Lexi? When you are going to make the actual real new OC, which will 100% happen for real,
For you, yes.
we will make 10 fucking toggles.
You know what? Fuck yourself. Sorry.
I mean, you just have to change the expression, then that's the entire toggle.
This is what I try to do with Don Quixote. And with the absolute cinema face.
Yeah, a small issue.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema. Anyways, I think I'm good. Thank you for thank you for your help. Thank you for taking over the stream and all that.
You're welcome. Go back, do some funny things.
I will return to dying. Woohoo!
I only have one question.
Yeah.
Ink?
We don't talk about ink. We don't talk about ink. We do not talk about ink. Sorry, I was sipping my tea way too loud. Just skip it, bro. Hell nah. Hell fucking nah. Like ink from Bandit? No, ink from Warframe. We do not talk about ink from Warframe. I didn't play a game mode so good that it made me want to. Okay, and what about wraps up? And that about wraps up the middle corridor. I brought myself a fucking tea, and now that I am more caffeinated, I can see less. What the fuck? And thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door catalog workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door, too. Made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Is the title choice for Twinning Threads intentional? Yes. Yes. I could not be bothered to realign the two versions of Rodion on the thumbnail. So did you see what Frey did for this Intervallo? No, I have not. Brother, I am currently streaming the Intervallo. How should I know what Frey did? I try to not look at YouTube, because YouTube fucking spoils me with, you know, the final boss. Because some fucker used the final boss as the stream thumbnail. So, you know what, that's why I'm the final boss now. I mean, I was always this. This is my OC. I've not a... not an idea why I said final boss and not my OC. Why don't you just stream in TT? What is TT? Every time they misfuck some dialogues, they bend on the ego. No. Absolutely fucking no, I'm not going to TikTok. Over 100 band, hell yeah. It's all yeah, I read that already. Next up, the Thumbs corridor, but we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check some of the doors in its basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that. In the Thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumb members and the orders they are carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in that corridor led us to. Valencina's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time. Useless shit. Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. We found one of her backup ticket hoards. I marked any door that need work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... I've been noticing this through our interactions, but whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it, as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Cesara back at P-Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood, we will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton, well then. With Ellen returning to where the other Wayfarer Company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in there. More of the ring, maybe. Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. It's the detective, some stubby guy, I don't know, and that annoying airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor and Honglu respectively. The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Honglu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see any signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your arm is stable, see? Ironically, fears tend to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest portents of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in that footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or I don't know, maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this? That geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn some more about him. Fuck my life. He's sharing such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away? Interesting slice. Don Quixote gave a nonsensical interpretation of Ryosho's acronym, as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening now. Otis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over, it never was, and it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Hard words. Now let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far, how? I don't mind finding hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me, but killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable, like some kind of time bomb, counting down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in a conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to. No matter what lurks in the paths of us sinners, even if they killed hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of innocent people, we'll still embrace them. We'll eventually have to comfort an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey I began to think of you all as my comrades, and I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take some backstreet thug with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that, the same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception, a potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like Iseng. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again, because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again, because I'm constantly afraid of this dang gift manifesting again. The same fear you carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly, barely, holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on and nothing else. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they happened yesterday. The best you kick me off the bus before push comes to. That can be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, be the danger of our journey, but the danger of our journey won't live with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril, and it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can be said for most people in the city. Now that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If you're saying this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city could have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, homie. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less of the same experience. With Moses, Otis, and even Valencina, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if they are something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it, but you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distance you from the past, you'd come to pause, to spare a look toward the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there is one thing in common to everyone, is that the trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud sounds and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding. Oh man, they knew we've been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an opportune moment to... Ah well, I would have had to share this with the manager, but the rest of you fellows sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but... What's she doing here? TA? Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole, I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. Been working on a theory, but I don't have other clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Tom Nurse father was most attached to? Huh? No, duh. Duh? That's supposed to be obvious. Didn't you guys all see her? You think I'd chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really, that lad? And why is that? You know the vibes, you guys don't know cause you haven't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up, gonna stab her right in the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong cause like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about swinging swords from this comic book. That is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Why you're so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck you're talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshida even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. But if this one doesn't know, let me redirect that question toward you, Scenario. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which one of these doors the town nurse father showed peculiar attachment to? Or the door she used the most often? Why ask me? Fine, yes I do remember, don't even need a clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with the metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where did those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pets from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. Fine, you know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head off the G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages for you. Is this kid serious? They got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the field. Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile, stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic piece didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called Consigliere of the Tomb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on, why though? Sure, I was on the losing side, but wasn't Valencina on the winning side, a war hero at that? Ever heard of the regulations that prevent smoke war participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult, dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't that mean that backdoor drop us into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the undying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past, it's the other way around, isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echoed the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphosize at any moment. While her suggestion may be blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of M-Corp's psychotherapy centers. Fine then. Yes, I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened... Cinema. Absolute cinema. Watch out for the hanging corpse. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held high. I don't wanna die. Chaka, it's nice to have a place to go back to. Alright, happy 15th birthday, but you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was, ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You are nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. Oh, that's what you were referring to. I knew I recognized that line after looking at it. I gently opened the door. I thought I'd woken up from the dream, but I was still... Nah, Greg, you're fine. Also, the tea and the talk actually helped. My throat isn't dying currently. Holy shit! I'm not going to change the turn order. Oh. I need to change the turn order. God fucking damn it. You know what? Let's do something fun.
녹슨 총에 내가
드디어 내 차례.
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
말뚝
내가
드디어 내
책임은
제한 명령 지역으로 이동.
So is it beer time? Absolutely fucking not today. Maybe next week. This place, it's just a boring old office. I was kinda ready to be shook, thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the bossman. Out of sight, out of mind, you know. You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinging. Nobody will catch you, nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Yo, what is up, Vespa? I'd hope to offer you a more prepared greeting should we ever meet. First impressions better great dear after all. True. It is indeed accurate. Gregor grins, a bitter mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher-ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet here." Vet hire, fuck. I can't speak. Higher-ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire," and I scatter right up to them, but others can do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be about the post for veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten the job without it, you know. Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager Ted? Gregor whipped around, his hand instantly leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor, and I see some new faces with you. Oh wait, you folks must be the account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you got a new employee badge card right there. Well, so how have you been doing? Me, same old, well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? Haha. Nice surprise you found new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin. Some kind of medal, right? I hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me, asking how's life, a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hopes no one's hounding you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP, messing with you like he was the war veteran himself. I love this guy. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, but about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah blah blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? Ha ha ha, that guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? He twists his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellas, Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when he were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? That he'd be the president's family? Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, is that people obsessed with back in my days are all kinda like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them, kinda like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a backseat kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom, you know. If you ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. I've said something like that before, yeah. Haha, yeah? Guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customer. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. That's a pretty unique prosthesis you got there. No worries, but it seemed that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for stepping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up again sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former coworker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former coworker chattered, exhaled a light of stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we were told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relieve the pain and suffering in it. Both Ezra and I, we're both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the facet that the war was indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager, but can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still live on, just live on. Yet, even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, the gloomy grey seemed to give way to just a hint of blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of sun peering through the dark clouds that have been long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shakedowns to be fully lifted, but not you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes. I was told by that Ellen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Oh man, it's those assheads again. Weird, the corridor's not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more Fauvis pouring into the corridor through different back doors. They must be trying to find a way to get to the ring nurse father's corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all. Fucking aura farming Dante? What the fuck?
너희 너무 얕잡아 보인 거 아니야?
They high-key think you're mid as hell. Anything different about you? No. Man.
방금은 좀 쩔었는데.
Kinda crap.
나쁘지 않고.
Bang bang.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
이쪽으로 가서. 그렇지. 좀 치는데.
24개의
効果的な攻撃でした。
이하의 멜로디가
You're low-key cooking the shut the fuck.
먼치킨 압도적인 장면. 가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는 도파민.
There's something in that OG cliché stuff that just glupo, but Bro, you're talking way too fast for the amount of text that appears when you speak.
마지막으로 남길 만.
Slow down.
펜.
저기 앞에. 아니, 걔 말고 그 옆에 필 남았잖아.
Literally at 1 HP. Ah. You know, the game is kind of fun
대박.
when you're not reading for over 3 hours.
아이씨. 팝콘쯤은 줘도 되잖아.
Oh my fucking god.
영원히 잠들어.
敵は深手を追って
Luckily for me, or unluckily I guess, I was blind and I didn't see shit.
하고들 시간이다. 잔우에.
But you know what, maybe don't share it.
감내해야 할 고통.
Bro, Greg. Greg, what's wrong with you? Just win. Gregor, if you die in the game, you die in real life, Gregor.
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
Fucking Dante-san.
속사.
I probably should have read what Faust does.
これがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘。보여드려야겠군요.
Or what Rodion does, you know.
예술.敵は深手を追っています.
감상은 어떤가요?
Bleed. Okay. Because, you know, this is going to sound freaky and all that, but I do not know what makes Faust strip.
도와주시는군요. 자, 오늘 할 거 다 끝난 거 맞지? 그럼 약속대로.
And now that I said it out loud, I'm not sure I want to know.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제
Two charge potency or higher. Okay, how do you get charge potency?
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을
You forgot the fact that I still have not read.
말뚝을 쑤셔 넣어주자.
책임은
원하신
녹슨 총에 날카롭지 않은 화살초.
Consume charge count. How do I consume charge count?
장비 점검은 완벽하고.
You need to give me a detailed step by step.
잘 됐네.
Folks, eat count on S2 and S3. I see. Thank you, Jan. Once we dealt with the foes who invaded the Tumner's father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes. And ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today I learned that blacking out every time and waking up to me shaped indent waking up to a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. I'm tagging along because I need more exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor. I hung out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... No, that wasn't the max dude. There was this other... Is there something you don't remember? Alright, Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora, I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index apprentice, whew! Pray tell, wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and the pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite of if a mere 3 of the fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my collections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can. The representation of the pinky and the index apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I traced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. Huh, she doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Arashiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. I see, so that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Ryoshu? Let's see the word made of strings or threads, Clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you've pieced some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. Popo had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. Your sword is totally power creeps, Papa. Theo? There's plenty already. Trade-offs. Oh, so true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off, sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. TPU? What the f... They rarely gather in go. She said that's pretty unlikely. What was that for, Yoshi? Wait, did you just hit me with the sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard Araya suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I want STS, I'll sink until you can barely walk. I swear this isn't a slender or whatever, look, you poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm, here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Araya? Wait, that voice just now. It sounded a lot like Araya's. Dante, you saw that too, right? Ryoshu didn't do anything. Wait, really? It wasn't her? No? Huh? Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard the voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Ellen waiting. Hiro directed us toward an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozen of the doors we'd walked past in otherness. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement. This is where you escape in the Skyrim and Oblivion and Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon, and emerged what seemed to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the masked Ank's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Signs of life? There were people living down here up until just a few hours ago. What are you here? Why are you here, paper slips? We are only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts, though at least yours don't make an annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable food, and the cells were all completely empty save for what looked like makeshift bathrooms in each of them. My favorite, guys. Why is that, Jan? It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously. This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among false conjectures is that the captive were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, that staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Friggin' annoying, man. The heck are you doing? We cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another griefer. Body blocking in the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The wheel of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods, I mean prescripts, but nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Oh, this is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we wanna get an idea of where this door leads. If Rian's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Ryoshu's memories... Alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? Dante has been fucking funny this interval. Holy shit. Prescript chasing proselyte of the Index. Target sighted to where the prescript points. Condition unmet. I think this is the same shit that the Index IDs also have. Then the question we must ask is, how many forms might a prescript take? Do they all flow from a single origin, or are there distinct entities behind each? Unraveling these mysteries is the purpose of the Society for the research of the index. Now, would you like to join us and explore the answers together? A modest blade. Personalized blade, okay. Modest blade, unassuming and unworthy of note. Yet in following the prescript, the fulfilling of its directives, the aid of messengers that emerge from the unseen places, the teachings of the proxies, it is slowly perfected into a weapon imbued with a singular uniqueness. Prescript compliance risk. I see. Anyway, we learned. Post fell off.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。 방금은 좀 쩔었는데.
Rodion fell off. What the fuck, guys? Just simply win. Like that. See, simple as.
가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
I probably should target manually because these are different enemies than the previous ones, and it is an unfocused encounter. It is a focused encounter.
아니 치지 말고 썰라니까. 아까는 썰라니까
40.
찌르더니.
먹지.
이게 어려워? 덕타의 ように優れた式ですね.
식구를 건드렸겠다.
먼치킨 압도적인 전력.
That's just dope. Ah, it was dope, not the glupo. Okay. I see, I understand. Struggling, hopeless, good. Struggling, good. Even better, hopeless, good.
감상은 어떤가요?
It's Glupo in our hearts. I mean, Glupo is dope. Glupo is absolutely dope.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에. 대박! 방금은 간지였는데. 한 콘쯤은 줘도 되잖아. 이럴 때 딱 씹어줘야 하는데.
You didn't get me popcorn. Brother, stop winning the clash. Stop having sanity. Imposter? What? You're the one that's struggling. You should be able to win that, right? Yeah. Then do that. Should be fine. Should be more than fine. What the fuck? Just win. Just roll heads and kill the guy. Simple as. Thank you, Faust. Nature, struggling. Yeah, take that over. Oh, you can take that over. You could take that one over though. It's natural. Hopeless. Let's do it like this. And then the rest of you figure it out. Oh wait, it doesn't fucking matter, does it? Yep.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼 안녕히.
항상 저희 영감을
It did not matter. Alright, Kira exists.
영감이 떠올랐어요. 가끔 질릴 때도 있지만
I could have relied on Kira to clash.
자, 오늘 할 거 다 끝난 거 맞지? 그럼 약속대로 이 만화책이랑 해결사 잡지.
What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the DDBY star. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be the DDBY star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So, what's there, up the stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skywards. This... fuck you. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Look, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we got another reason to check what's upstairs.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의
Yep, I'm not even surprised.
되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 많이
2/3 down.
하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
The stream reached 4 hours. Yep. Only 3.5 hours of free. Holy shit, combat!
너희 너무 얕잡아 보인 거?
I love the city I live in. I fucking love the city I live in. Okay, everything is favored except that. Rodion. Neutral. Uh-huh. Just win.
볼수 없을 색채로.
Rodion, just fucking win. Incredible. And then 0 heads.
優れた式ですね。
Damn.
사식 먹지.
I procrastinated for 2 hours. Why?
보여드려야겠군요. 외면의 예술을. 敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Don't blame the WID. I mean, Sloshmel would have won. Just saying. Okay, anything with favored, there is favored. Okay, do that. Honglu, you do that. And then for absolutely no reason at all, we are going to murder this guy.
감상은 어떤가요?
And by murder this guy, I meant not even coming close to staggering him. You should read Rodia's counter. Okay, will do. Heathcliff! Heathcliff! I trusted you. Honglu, what the fuck?
예전엔 그런 거 좀 치사하다고 생각했지. 근데
Why are you ulting
였나?
on a fucking 9 HP opponent?
그 사람들은 있는 거 없는 거 끌어모아 쓰는데도 뭔가 멋있더라.
Okay, question. If I tell Honglu to kill that bitch, will this skill come out, or will it get saved to next turn, or will it just cancel? These are the questions that I wish to know. Who are you targeting? Heathcliff. But this would win. This would simply win.
전부 쳐주게!
훌륭한 반말만.
Okay, thank you, Faust. Thank you, Otis. I believed in you. I did not read the counter.
방금은 좀 쩔었는데. 먼 치킨 압도적인
Yeah,
전략.
it just disappears. Okay.
질릴 때도 있지만
Rodion.
잘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는 도파민이 있다니까.
Clashable counter. Trimming the medium. If the target has pellet vibrante, take more damage from reaction. The attacker is in both ring faction and the School of Fovision. Take more damage. Random game bleed, sinking, bleed count, sinking count. Okay. Combat and this effect expires how the rogue and mod color blue. Okay. Before this unit. Before use, if this unit does not have a reflection, target has 3+ types of negative effect. Activate as critique, which is what is critique? This is critique. Okay. Final power. Yeah. Okay, critique. Another clashable counter that seems to deal more damage. Gains reflection. Heal sanity. Oh! This skill effect expires. Gain Le Hommage next turn equal to the number of ring student identities on screen. What is Le Hommage? Don't worry about it. It's in passives. Of course it is. Le Hommage. Randomly gain 1 offense level up or 1 defense level for every stack, max 3 times. Oh my fucking god. Yep. Reuse this coin once for every 3 types of negative effects on the target, max 2 times. It doesn't say. It doesn't say on hit, it doesn't say anywhere. It can be used to clash. The reuse can be used to clash. What's happening? Akira can take that. Kira would just simply win. You know what, actually? Alright, they are faster. You can only power counter this. And then... that will hit that. And you know what, just in case, if some eye doesn't die, hit it again.
뒤는 내가 봐주지. 대박! 방금은 간지였는데.
By the way, Clicker, the fuck you mean maybe it can? Didn't you just solo with her?
이럴 때딱 씹어줘야 하는데.
Did you not try it out?
제가 연구원이라고? 저희 영감을 뻥치지 마. 주시는군요. 어디 해결사 출신 루키를 이런 곳에 짱박아 둔 건 아니고?
예술적이네요.
뭔가 아깝네.
You know what, should be fine. Only one. Let's move you over here.
일리 있는 의견. 그걸로 하지.
Clashable counters are that good in solos. They fucking suck. But you know,
턱을 마실걸?
it's the UID. You have to try her out. I mean, my opinion is that clashable defensive skills in general just fucking suck.
좋아. 이걸로 감수는 끝. 압도적인 전략. 가끔 질릴 때도
You
있지만
do it.
역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는 도파민이 있다니까.
Clashable evades, they don't exist.
자, 오늘 할 거 다 끝난 거 맞지? 그럼 약속대로 이 만화책이랑 해결사 잡지.
Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door, like there was some big secret behind it. Right? Looks like just any other average family home. Oh man, I get cleaning up's a chore, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here a good while. Do you recognize this place? Assuming... just guessing from the way you worded that sentence, because I do not recognize this. Is this... Roland's home? But... did the house not collapse on his wife? So it can be his... Okay, I haven't a fucking clue where this is. Not his actual one, just a recreation of it. I see. Did I read that sentence? Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and dolls too, though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. But something bad has happened in here. Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee and they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that, the open door, the single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. It's basically the art from Library of Ruina. I only remember that one scene when Roland is laying on the couch, I think, and then we don't see the room, just the couch, and the bro says, I have only my sorrow. It has and always been. I do not remember anything else about the room. Yes, that's it. Hell yeah. You can see a bit of the room. Okay. I don't know, it's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Yoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every frame photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse father Rian, the last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there was a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory she'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. I love this node. Holy shit, this node was so good.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠.
My XP was pretty much maxed out the entire fucking stream, and there were so few combat encounters that it only just now ticked over. What do you mean, modules? Okay, can I just turn everything to modules now? Hell yeah. I wonder what this could be. You know what? Amiya, goodbye.
잘 됐네.
Oh. After leaving Rian's quarters, we explored the index corridors for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshu's memories back together. Great work, now that leaves just a Pinky Nurse Father's corridor, but that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guidelines makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Glad we could help. Dante replies that they are happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Ellen returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but... Wanna take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one, and even though I was certain we traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room that help to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone y'all have met too, I think. It was must be another one who was severed by Areshki. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I tick-tocked, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that's I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. So when you said back at K-Corp that you'd cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard is shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was yum, meaning yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, Araya, was definitely shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshu's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? A box lunch. Box lunch that kids might bring to grade school, with sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF? Didn't you know there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry? So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? Cause it's adorbs, that's why. Something like this? Whoa, what's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, okay? Isn't it all the same difference? Once it goes down the gullet, why is this so important? But mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. IDU, how you are doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. That's when you say IDK, man, SMH. These must have been some of the happiest memories Ryoshu and Araya shared. The sinners, me and Araya, even as Scabbard, could imagine or record them in full. But for Ryoshu, the most important part of those memories remained sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of her memories together by going over these places... Do you wanna check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Merso, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments... So there was someone guiding those whelps. Figures they'd send more than fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a mossy paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Wolf mask. It really is, as Maestro Emile Benoit said. This place is already occupied. Nove Kim Jun added your OC to the game. True! I mean, you know, it's a good OC and all that, but they could have at least asked. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Fauvist we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of faux civility. Sure you're at the right address, lady? Roboang's stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. Holy shit. I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly I was reminded of what Rian said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What does that... The Fauvist got to confirm a lot of important intel, including that the House of Spiders has fallen and that Ryoshu currently has possession of a Ryashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo. Never heard that before. Yoshida, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final and the posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Fauvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unaesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufo's request with a curt reply, and Araya too returned angrily in the docent general direction. Then I am afraid my only remaining option is to rely on an usual method of ushering. Can we ban Kim from making pretty films in his gacha? No. No. How are our odds? I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really, the shape of her ring suggests that she is a docent of the School of Fovis and her position is comparable to that of a couple of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle. Verily, that maketh her a foe who may suppress even Ricardo's might, or with a stroke of ill fortune even Lai Hang. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lai Hang. Our chances are ho-hum. Half or more? I like those odds. Half of half or more. Dude, really? Outmodded has been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, by everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before a swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His Ovure recovered from the house were more tools than art, the sort that the likes of the workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different than the rest of his work. But what I observed about this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferrity with which you've scoured the walls and the floor as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. What's up, Camille? At least you got a passable eye for art. Yoshida, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? Can I take Klinken? What does that mean? For the D&D, what does that mean? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. I know what D&D is. That's not what I was confused about. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold, unfettered like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What is a man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call la fauve, wild beast? These are the subject matters that have led us fauves into the fields of fertile creativity. Should you, wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. Yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I consider some of the works created by your schools acceptable, at least among the rings art or not. I can't remember. Then will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the site you claimed to have seen you clue in? Oh, I did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation, it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness, more keenness, often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash, truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser paintings like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condemns into a cry, held in an instant, wrought and bound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hewn. You give them no thought to what each of what each of those emotions signifies, instead of observing the cursory qualities of what is behold. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't offer you another long-winded lesson. Reassure Editor Scabbard. Pointillist, Fauvist, Supremacist, Blue Wraithers, Cubists. I visited my share of the Rings galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an obligated pile of definitions buried under simples, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk to them much, just like Callisto's. Kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetic go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there's no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I suppose I have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of Fauvism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Voice gun. 8 fucking protection. What the fuck do you mean? Anyways, we have to start with this. You know, just have to. You can also probably take one. And I believe in you. Yeah, sure. Sure, and I did not check speed. I did not need to check speed. Hell yeah.
나가서 싸워. 내가 봐주지.
어중간한 예술은. 방금은 좀 쩔었는데. 대박! 방금은 감지였는데. 아이씨, 팝콘쯤은 줘도 되잖아. 이럴 때 딱 씹어줘야 하는데.
나쁘지 않군.
Ah, yeah? Let's fucking go, Heathcliff. You should probably read her passives.
이쪽으로 가서. 그렇지. 좀 치는데.
40.
I mean, it would be funny if this was the only boss that I did not read. Or the only enemy. Because I've read everyone so far.
먼 치킨. 압도적인
Okay,
챔피언.
let's see. Expression of primary colors. Vehement overpainting.
먹던 맛에서만
Lefauvisme.
느껴지는 도파민이 있다니까.
The Chainement Primal. Yep. Rings Docent of Fauvism. Lefauvism colors Savages. Or Sauvages. Intrinsic in the outward appearance of each animal is a distinct purpose, and we, les fauves, are the ones who awaken and express the ferocity of those that we call wild beasts among them. It's the same as it was before. Okay. Colorage impulsive. Okay. I read. I did it, read it. You could even say that I read it. Haha. Yeah, dominating should be fine. Should be fine. And then just to be sure.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
She's basically Dulcinea too, like the first Dulcinea. Well, I do not remember that fight neither. You just kill the goons and then you kill her. Alternatively, because she only has protection, you can stack a Limbillion bleed on her and she will die because protection doesn't work on bleed. What is? I believed in you. Yisang, I believed in you. What the fuck? Impasta. Yep. That, don't even worry about it, I'd say. Critique. Well, unfortunately, Joe Anderson never released the actual real Witcher 3 critique. Target fixed. Nah, I'm good.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
A bit underwhelming, brother.
합격장.
Not staggered.
임파스터.
Impasta.
먼 치킨. 압도적인 전력.
Back to 8.
가끔 질릴 때도 있지만
Can I see an enemy counter? Of course I can't. Sorry for asking. You know what? I want to heal Otis. So let's do that. Yeah, let's counter. Ooh, Kira takes care of that. Hell yeah. Just to be sure. Yeah, just to be sure, I won't need that. Should be enough. They'll die. Crash goes here, I guess. And we put you back. I think we're so fine.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요. 나쁘지 않을지도.
Bro got critiqued.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼 안녕히.
제가 연구원이라고? 저희 영감이 뻥치지 마.
완성되었나?
어디 해결사 출신 루키를 이런 곳에 짱박아둔 건 아니고. 뭔가 아깝네. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
이 정도로 나와 겁내.
You forget to read what the Frisian thing does. Forget about it.
먼 치킨 압도적.
You know, it Frisians.
가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는.
Reflection gives Frisian and yeah, oh wait, no, that's homage. What's Frisian? What the fuck is Frisian? Just click on the stat effect. Oh, alright, this shit. Clash power +1. I see. Okay, everyone's at max sanity. We should be fine. We should be more than fine. Do you have a scary skill? You have a scary skill. Do that. I think Heathcliff, you can tank one. Go back to that. That's the power counter. And I guess Honglu just do something.
점 찍었네.
그 소재 가져갈래요.
Wait, do you have the funny Rodion of Ego equipped? Which one? I have the bleed one. Equipped. The one that stops bleed count from dropping. Use it and get a silly bleed stack. I'll do that. Yeah, probably after the stagger. close to the stagger. Kira will stagger her. That's my goal.
좋아. 이걸로 감상은 끝. 아니, 걔 말고 그 옆에 필 남았잖아. 안 잡고 뭐해?
뭐 처지게!
Incredible. You are worthy of the privilege to behold my prized needlework.
요새 일 말곤 할 게 없어서 그런가?
There you go, she had a stagger threshold.
하게 된단 말이지.
Did you not see?
해결사 영상 보는 거랑 좀 비슷한 느낌도 있고. 설까 이건 좀 재밌을지도?
You clearly did not see that she had a stagger threshold. Ooh, speed is going to be an issue now. What is... you just do something. Heathcliff, you can actually clash. Yeah, about that. You... hopeless. Yeah, about that. Still fucking fine. It's the last skill. Okay, should be fine. Yisong should be fine. And then, do you get hit? Is there anything I'm not clashing with? There is. Ah, Kira should win. Kira should simply win.
뭐 처지게!
나가서 싸워. 뒷면가 봐주지.
필사제 가져갈래요.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다!
Ryu is my beloved.
아름다운 춤을 추는
And now the boss will kneel over because,
그러니 네 발목을
you know,
잘라버리면
Bleed does not care about protection. Damn.
요새 일 말곤 할 게 없어서 그런가 자꾸 대기 타게 된단 말이지.
Forbind.
해결사 영상 보는 거랑 좀 비슷한 느낌도 있고.
Okay.
설까 이건 좀 재밌을지도.
Time to read the drugs. It's the bottom one. It's the same shit. Maximum tolerance those. Camille, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find the drugs. Because Klinken told me the mosques have drugs. So you know, it's imperative that I find the drugs. Drugs, yes. One might ask, what even distinguishes Lesfos from factions such as Heisho's Arcor Pepex? And more that incorporate beasts into their identities. A reasonable query, of that there is no doubt. To that I say we are distinguished by the transcendence of beastliness into artistic customary. while the high shows have mindlessly jammed it into their anatomies, disregarding their aesthetic qualities. Anyways, drugs. I want to do this. Actually, what the fuck does this even do? It does needle, it does curse and nails. Okay, let's go. I'm locked in. Okay, which one do you target? I mean, it doesn't really matter because it's a clashable one, anyways. But you know what? I'll humor you. Alright, you're low on sanity because of the ego. Right.
감상은 어떤가요?
Why do you have Blood Feast? Because there are backup units.
저의 뼈를 등을 잡고 저의 살로 채워놓은 외면의 예수.
I have Priest Greg and Manager Don as the backup units. And an Enclair with only soup equipped. Or a lifetime stew, sorry. As the ego.
믿지 않았어. 나는 분명 가위를 내겠다고 했을 텐데.
Oh, it wasn't a clashable counter, it was a regular counter. I see. Hmm. Can I clash it with anyone? Yes, I can. 18 fucking speed, holy. Now she dies to bleed. Okay. Which one would be funny? Otis. Otis, you're the one that's going to kill her.
양밤이 떠올랐어요.
Oh no!
재밌었다. 자, 오늘 할 거 다 끝난 거 맞지? 그럼 약속대로 이 만화책이랑 해결사 잡지 가져간다.
Oh no! I got hit like twice.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도
Oh, fuck.
여전히 반지
Back to reading.
선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
Gah. See, you're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about funding your own movement. I already answered that. But you'll need time under the Fauvis wing at least until you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The Dokent raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, then slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for. Mid-sentence, the Dokent suddenly went limp, with like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be succinct. Ah, thus we were made foes with yet another finger, the ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the Fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definitive win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out there. Out here, sorry. Herr Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. This is more like it. Won't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore, long as we're with clock. That is an incredible misspeak. Holy. Don't start congratulating yourself for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger like Otis or Don Quixote. Pretty speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have in her final moments elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like with a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logic or thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get Alta here, so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked out through the door we entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am bored from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and back streets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traverse is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Across the broken door we might, however, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor afore it returns us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to regular flow of time unlike the warp planes, it will be approximately between a week or two from present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days thanks to Roger, so let's... I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of the alcohol branches of a dungeon, so yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we can open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No, the sword, it still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it will slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Oi, wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since that day of the Sapia Tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Through Ryoshua and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. But if we went up to the roof and entered one of those doors up there, there are dozens of them. Out of question, by doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a greater risk, that of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders right into this room. That wolf lady's last words. Man, I'm seeing the flags. It's hella risky mood, yeah, but I think Yoshida and her OP sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us a day or two? Quit freaking out, Heathcliff. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been fun excursion clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. The white blade soon reveals itself, and cut across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Arashiki blade cleaves through the wall, so does Ryoshu's memories. We were really getting somewhere. The thin strands of Araya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay, we'll try again so. Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshu's memories. Welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every backdoor within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these holds an enormous value for us, not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders to a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. So I might have somehow got Carmen to talk about how Merso didn't do drugs. I mean, does Merso's ring ID wear a mask? Because if yes, then you know, it's... I'm just speculating here. Only speculating, shut the fuck up. Wait, stop right there. What conflict, what operations? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? Also, they aren't like actual drugs, I think. Medicine is a drug. You know. It doesn't have to be fent anything that alters your state of mind, like fucking coffee is a drug. So, you know, if Merso has ever once drank coffee or any alcoholic beverage, he's done drugs. Which the fucking math student should probably know. So, he's just lying. Carmen is basically just lying to you. Carmen says he likes to drink wine in the book. Wine is alcohol and alcohol is a drug. Checkmate, Carmen. I just feel like there isn't enough alarms in his voice considering what he's saying, preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? Aha, I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has fallen, W Corp is teetering on the blink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W Corp, we call Limbus Company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead-end gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they got the military force to back them, right? So it's only natural that a business conflict would lead to physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher ups in our companies are thinking. Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Ellen, we return to the forward base. Ellen ID in the rerun! And shared with Wenheim everything that happened so far. Wenheim and Foss both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict, so we instead decided to have Ryoshi's memory and the sword re-examined. Oi, Wenheim, results out yet? Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take more than 20 minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryoshi sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. I honestly don't know who we could get in the rerun apart from Ellen or the Maestro. They introduce more furries into the Fauvists, and then we get more Fauvists. Like we'll get a birdman that doesn't have wings but has like a bird head, and instead of wings they have a bunny tail, because why not? And instead of claws they have a fucking snake for an arm or some shit like that. Like, the possibilities are endless. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad. You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up, glasses, you're gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround, and therefore deserves your appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you'll hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, "Shut the fuck up." Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns, hounding him for results, and I seem to speed up the analysis and manage to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Oh, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributed to my genius at work. Then, why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I'm attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. I think Yoshida would ever use a non-acronym straight. What if something like sheesh? That's full days. Unwind after work, though. And your verdict on her interpretation. That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device, almost as though it were giggling. Very well, then I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of a man who works with Manager Sod? Effie? I would have asked in the past tense had it been him who I was referring to. Glad Miss Sod wasn't here for that. That kid, right, I don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name? That she did. Among other miscellaneous deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote Tales of Adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. The fee upon it does not say that the memories most precious to young Ryoshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction. Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that. If we're going by sheer volume, I would say its mileage is acceptable. There is several days worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kinda sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff like that all the time. How is this any different? This seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of Araya's ki, or to be more precise, the power of Araya's ego. That's so. Ryoshu looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Araya in Ryoshu's recollection is a blank space where fragments of her existence used to be severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of the sinner's Ryoshu's memories are to be erased as the cost of using Araya's ki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryoshu regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer. She can use it whenever, as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories. I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memories of the time when you were complimented for your cooking, it was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurement, the source seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So, have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshu said, forgotten but not lost. Clock. You just stepped foot into a world of sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles, then scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. Golden bows. What used to be here in the pockets of void in my heart, my one and only, Ryoshu's gaze traced the invisible, unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We sat Sod and Pilot in recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LC hire. But with all those loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long, kinda feel like we're home again. Return to the bus. Bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your right? Hella badass. Heh. Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Valheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked Team Leader Alan to set up coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door, and it will bring you right to an empty spot on a highway. Don't be hasty or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there is a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. She doesn't nod, she just said nods. So, what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did ya? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I taught them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as ex-actions to the... Ah, right. The person in charge of the training is currently checked into long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Sound like they both here to see us go. Well then, time for valediction. I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. Would appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey Yoshida. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I wanna say to you and a lot of stuff I wanna hear from you, okay? So... see you later. Did I do that right? Fuck you. Acronymize it into L. And call me Ryoshu, not Yoshida. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer to where the blinkingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Alright, where are we headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Vergilius. Now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Vergilius gave me a faint, knowing smile, as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too light-hearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say that it's high time we faced such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to Ancorp. So we are going there after all, Ancorp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As rather the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with Ancorp, Merceau, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing, vroom vroom. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. Five hours and 17 fucking minutes. I sent the ring drugs spoiler a bit ago. You might have to scroll up. Oh my... Ring drugs. One does not simply awaken the power of one's inner ferity by donning a beastly mask. The interior of each headgear worn by these artists is lined with a mat of needles dipped in the foul with paint, which is injected into the body upon equipment. Thus is the paint of the ring, and these artists, regardless of their school, are all bound to use it. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Are we done? Technically speaking, yes. However, I did say that I would do one last final thing before ending stream. I I need Cafe de Touhou. I need to unfuck my brain. Because holy shit. I am utterly fucking rotted. I totally did not put on Cafe de Touhou. Just to hide what I'm launching in the background. You know, I would never do that. I would never do that. Because, you know, in the stream announcement thingy, I did say that I will be doing one last thing. So it's time to pull for the leak lady. It's time to pull for the ring lady. I thought it was gonna be Uma, not gonna lie. Nah. Nah, I just want... Play that fit for an hour total. Don't give me...
Why do I...
Give me either Arclight or the leak pants lady. I'm going to fucking speedrun this shit. 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 Yo, it's the pan.
What is the material of your mask? Carbon fiber?
Give me the leak lady. Fuck. Pull hang. Give me the leak lady. Fuck. Saw a screenshot of someone pulling him and nobody lies on the internet, right? True. Give me the leak lady. Arclight, let's go. That's the final one. This is just more gambling, of course. Give me the leak lady. I mean, it's guaranteed in 19 pence that I get someone, so surely. Okay. It's here. Give me the leak lady.
Oxy, sevens. Why do I have... Oh no.
Give me the leak lady.
And
Catch.
Motherfucker! I already have you.
Reporting as promised. Now you can just hand and feel over to me. I'll make it the toughest bottom tell us to. Turn in a proposal? Come on, since when does it...
I got the fucking illiterate. I got the fucking illiterate. Nah, we go again. Not stopping. We don't stop. We can't stop, won't stop. I'm using literally all of my savings to get the bleak pants lady. This will end badly. Nah. Hey! I mean, it's kind of less interesting now that I know that it's guaranteed to be the leak pants lady. Woohoo!
Endman, before I officially come on board, I'd like to say a few words. As Viceroy, I am experienced in administrative duties. However, here
How
in
long
Enfield,
is your
I
fucking
wish to serve as a
introductory
regular
scene?
King.
Okay, got the leak pants lady. I will now die happy. Alright, I need to be outside. Which is crazy. I need to touch grass. She said a few words. Yeah. A tiny amount. I don't think this is Limbus. Yeah, because it's not. And now for Alt F4. No. I have to put the leak pants lady in the team.
I'll do everything I can.
And after I have leak pants
Years
lady in the
since I
team,
last embarked on a
I
mission.
will switch to her.
Hopefully I
And
haven't
now
lost my touch.
we can admire the leak pants and Alt F4. Thank you all for joining today. Right, the BRB text can fucking go. Didn't think she'd actually have leak pants. Nope. She has leak pants. That's why I called her that. Was the leak pants the sole reason? Kind of. The other reason is that my favorite team since the beginning was an Electro team, and she is Electro, and she fits in really well into this team. So yeah, those are the two reasons. Anyway, I'm going to go and die now. Like, just straight up. Anyways, goodbye. See you next week, I guess, if I somehow survive. Woohoo!